Hi everybody, and I wanted to record this video where I'm gonna be revisiting an old project of mine, and I don't really remember when was the last time that I properly worked on this project. Probably in 2019 or something like that. And I think I started it in 2017, 18. I don't remember exactly. This was one of the first projects that I worked on in Unreal Engine. And as you can see, it's a basketball arena because I love basketball as a sport. I used to play it for many, many years. And years ago, I mean like 10 years ago or so, I wanted to model a basketball. And this is the model that I used to sell on a marketplace, Turbo Squid. And it's actually pretty realistic, so keep in mind that this was how it's been looking since 2016 when I published the model, I think. Pretty realistic, I'm proud of it. Weight ratio wise, extremely realistic, but that's for a separate video. And I'm really proud of that model. But anyway, coming back to the project. I went into the project and man, it was bad. It was bad. I mean, one of those situations where you're like, what, like you are so disappointed at the things that you are looking at because they are so badly made, implemented, and all of that. But on the other hand, you are so happy because you've seen your progress, right? You're comparing your old self with your new self. So that is very interesting, very fun. And I'm gonna go as what I wanna do with this video is uh, live record as I'm fixing it, as I'm improving it, and I'm gonna be breaking some of them down. And initially, I started reworking this project on my own. Like when I say on my own, I meant privately. But I was thinking, hey, it would be cool to record this actually. And everything is live. I don't intend to edit things, however it takes for this video to last. It's probably gonna be hours, but who cares? It's fun. So let's start. Okay, so this is the new folder that I created, and I'm either going to be recreating it from scratch for the purposes of recording it live, or I'm gonna go through the things that I changed. I got my music playing in the background, but you cannot see it. Hear it, sorry. So I'm gonna show you the gameplay. And back in the day, the idea with the project was to recreate a basketball arena that is modular, that is NBA-like-ish. And back then, I knew very little about programming. It was 2017, if I remember correctly, or something like that. Don't quote me on that. But it's like NBA All-Star kind of approach with the current game mode. And I mean, I'm not gonna comment, you're gonna see it now. So you take the ball and you fire it. You can even hear gunshots because I started working on this project off of first-person template. The old first-person template from Unreal Engine 4.14, 15, 16, whatever version was back in the day. So you take the ball, you fire it like this, and there is no crosshair, there is no guidance user interface whatsoever. So you just try to guess where you should be shooting the ball, and you try to score. And I have some. You can see on the upper left corner some text being printed. I think I scored actually. Uh, not sure. And it's Serbian text, by the way. I mean, it basically says, oh, I just scored now. Wow. It basically says 0-1-2. And you cannot see the net, but one of the mechanics that I wanted to implement back then was so how do you define scoring a basket? Well, the ball should go from the ball should go through the hoop, right? Yes, but here's the thing. You can cheat and you don't want to do that. You could go like this and you see it doesn't detect. So that's, I mean, I don't have a cursor. I'm gonna try to show you. So the net is invisible. I don't know if even if I have a 3D model ready as of now. But the point is to implement rules so that ball going through the hoop only counts if it goes through the hoop upside down, from up to down, that direction, downward direction, not the opposite way, because that is cheating, right? If you, I mean, if you would play basketball as a kid, and there would be kids who are small and not powerful enough, they would try to cheat and score the basket from underneath the hoop, which would be, of course, cheating, right? Rules of the game. So that's the game mechanics. Nothing else other than that. Some stupid primitive text, some geometry scripting. What should have represented geometry scripting or its equivalent back in the day. The NBA logo, old chairs or stools, whatever they are called, that I got from a marketplace, free marketplace probably back in the day. But so many things to break down from this project, but the particular one that is most interesting to me is this shot clock, and I'm just gonna show you what it is or was supposed to look like, meant to look like. Let me just right. Here you can see, I mean, game shot clock. So we have the current interval timer, so minutes, seconds, what's the current time left in a particular quarter, and the shot clock, how many seconds you have until you are, by rules, forced to put up a shot. And I'm gonna be going through technical 3D art, but let me just stop the play now. And this project was, its previous version was Unreal Engine 5.0 early access. So the last time I touched this project was, what was the year? Early 2021, when Unreal Engine 5.0, no, actually 5.0 early access came out in 2021, I'm sure. Yes, I do remember that. But like I said, this project was started in 2016, 17, I don't remember exactly. That's when I was starting to go full-time with Unreal Engine. But anyway, let's focus on oh yeah, I'm just gonna show you this quickly. So very realistic 3D models. These are not from Marketplace. So the entire structure that you see here, yeah, this is blocky. This is just a bunch of placeholders. But this part was specifically done to blueprints that I found online, everything to the detail, to the smallest detail. And you can see the basketball hoop, pretty realistic. Let me turn on wireframe so that you can see to some extent how dense the geometry is. So I was giving no care to optimization back in the day. I mean, here's the thing, it's not a problem. It's very smartly modeled. So there is no ultra expensive geometry. There is just a lot. And you don't necessarily want these details for something like first person game. I mean, nowadays it's fine. Nowadays it's fine. Back in the day, it was like you had to be more careful about geometry. But this is just fine. Maybe too high poly for some use cases. It depends. For something like a mobile game, you would probably wanna dial this down and remove some of the details, you know, unnecessary. But that is that. Also, another thing, I mean, the thing about Unreal Engine, and not just Unreal Engine, real-time 3D graphics and 3D graphics in general, there are so many ways you can tackle a problem and implement a solution. And why am I telling you this? Because of this particular approach. So, okay, so we have basically paint or lines. And instead of using decals, what I ended up doing was using 3D geometry. And I think it's okay for sometimes, as long as you don't have to work with extreme, I mean, not extreme, that's an exaggeration. As long as you don't work with some, with text, for example, that is too curvy, has too many curves, and because it's gonna eat up your geometry budget, so to say. And when you're not gonna have, when the line in like in this particular case is gonna be simple one, it's totally fine to use geometry in some cases. And also, on top of that, in actual physical object, this is a separate object. So in an actual real world object, the line is a separate material, physically separated material. And that's why I wanted to do that. And I think I've done the same with these lines, because as you can see, the court lines, they are really sharp. Very, 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 very sharp. Precise. You can see some jagginess when I mean, this is literally licking the floor type of camera angle. And you can see geometry and tessellation, but I made a 3D mesh out of it. That's one use case. And another use case why I opted for 3D mesh instead of texture was because I needed to have detection what is 2-point shot and what is 3-point shot. As you know, in basketball rules, you gotta be beyond this line, beyond this arc, in order to score 3-point shot, right? And I'm actually using the mesh to make a detection whether the player is behind or in front or under the 3-point line. But on the other hand, you can see this, what is it called? Parquet, whatever. Its textile density is not as high compared to this line, but like I said, this is literally licking the floor, lying on the floor type of camera angle or position. So realistically, at no point you would be looking at the floor closer than this. And the normal map is too strong in my opinion, so that's something that I'm gonna dial, but I'm gonna break it down later. it's probably going to need a separate video. And every single line was modeled and prepared in Photoshop and 3ds Max down to millimeters, everything. And depending on the amount of resources I put into this project, fixing it, it will definitely be by far the most realistic solution out there that you have on marketplace when it comes to basketball equipment, both from 3D realism perspective and actual functionality perspective. Why? Because I'm so passionate. God damn it! What I wanted to say? Because I'm so passionate about basketball. I played basketball for so many years, and I do happen to be very good at real-time 3D graphics. So merging that's what gives me the unfair advantage. So if some dude who is even better in 3D graphics compared to me would come in and try to make this, he wouldn't be able to make this as good as I am, because I have both things. I'm good at 3D graphics programming, and I'm also very good at basketball. So fusing those things gives me an unfair advantage that you cannot replicate with other people, because you would need multiple persons in other cases. You would need someone who is very technical about basketball, who's very technical about 3D graphics, and probably a project manager to fuse them together. But anyway, enough hyping of myself. Let's go into actual development things. Just let me some water first, if I could find it. Oh yeah, it's behind me. And I guess I'm gonna need a lot of water because I'm talking too much. Do not sit like me. My legs are crossed like this. I feel like a crab, but anyway, that's not the point of this video. The old project structure, the old project structure, uh, very rookie-ish, noobish, novice-ish, whatever, very green. And I had, so this is old, this is new folder, and except for this folder, everything else is old. And you can see I used to use this very ancient, very noob-ish type of folder organization, blueprints, enumerations, blah blah blah. Everything was like, this was ridiculous. This was stupid, because even filters existed even back then. You could just type in, you can just enable this filter and blueprint class, textures, whatever. There is no point of organizing your folders as filters, because you already have filters. You need to use folders for something else. For example, hey, I'm gonna have the core basketball arena, or I mean the core sports arena, and then I can have a separate folder which is specifically meant for basketball things, for concert type of things, for conference type of things, or for bars, shops, things like that. So you divide systems in folders. That's what makes sense. And I just don't want to go further because I've been talking too much already, but that's the point. Like, look at this: materials, separate folder; references, separate folder. References is maybe kind of fine because it's general references. And textures, I mean, come on. I even used substances back in the days. So SBSAR, no, it's a texture. Ah, it's a texture. I thought it was .SBSAR extension, a plugin for substances. But anyway, I even wanted to quickly make a lot of game. This is cool. I want to replicate this sometimes as a separate project, separate game, just for fun. But anyway, totally separate project. And I am going to be reworking this. So I would start by adding a folder called assets. So these are like 3D assets, textures, 3D models, textures, meshes, etc. Things that are going in from other software, potentially. And I have it called basketball, and these are things that I created, and I'm going to be recreating them, and I'm gonna show you the original. Let me just enable settings, show sources folder or panel, and I'm gonna go into sports arena. Okay, the first thing, blueprints objects, and let me make it smaller. So I have first person projector. Like I said, the project was started using first person template, and this used to be a small yellow, like a tennis ball looking object that you would just fire. It is still present in Unreal Engine 5, but I just took that as a starting point, as a template. Nothing special as far as I remember. The only thing that you have is the sphere has been changed from small yellow ball to basketball. So the model itself is fine, and I'm probably gonna put this on Marketplace. It's a very realistic 3D model, and I do have some stupid casting that, I mean, this was an old way of doing things, which is fine when you're here's the thing. When you're starting, if you're bad, and you will be bad, that is totally fine. But if you don't do things, even if they are totally illogical, maybe stupid, that is okay, because later on you will progress. There is no progress. I don't want to sound like one of those motivational or whatever discipline injecting gurus, but it is really true. You have to start, you have to work on things in order to progress. It's just a natural way. There is no other way. That's the only way. That's how it's been since existence of world and time. And what I'm doing here is casting to arena character. It's a separate blueprint class that I made for pawn arena character, and I'm getting the current ball type, whether it's classic or money ball, which gives you extra points in NBA All-Star shootout. And I'm creating dynamic material instance, so this part is okay. And I'm setting it to sphere. Oh, there is no source material, so this isn't gonna work. Maybe because I deleted materials, whatever. I'll see about that. And depending on the ball type, it's gonna set either of the materials. So why I don't have source material? Whatever. So I have two materials. This stupid looking one, this was just a placeholder. Really stupid looking. I was doing some quick placeholder kind of things. And the other one, which is properly looking. I'm so proud of this model. You can see the details, the bumps, and texture protruding, being extruded. That's for a separate video. They are actually very fancy things. You should check out that video if I make it as a separate part where I break down how I made this very realistic ball. But going back, I mean, the material is very simple, straight out of Substance Painter, pretty much, with a couple of multipliers determining the strength of the normal map, I guess. Ah, roughness. Roughness, got it. Because originally, and as raw file, I didn't know how to set up things properly back in the day in Substance Painter. So my roughness texture would turn out to be very gloss-like looking, glass-like looking. My ball as well. So I needed to have this corrective multiplier, which allowed me to bump up the roughness and make it more dull. So that's about the 3D model, and I keep talking about it because I'm so proud of it. But let's go back. So this is the projectile, and yeah. So the previous blueprint. So shot clock. This I mean, 3D models are totally fine, but man, the programming is damn. I have two fonts, and these are not actual fonts. These are textures, and as you can see, the jagginess. And so this font is okay. This is something that you can find. You just need to search for something like digital font. But when it comes to this, there is no font like this. It's a digital shot clock font. And if I remember correctly, what I did back in the day, I literally took it in 3ds Max and made. Actually, I'm gonna open the file if I have it, which I do. I'm gonna try and open it. I'm gonna show you what I did. So basically, what I did is I made a sheet, an array of little cylindrical dots, basically in 3ds Max, and instantiate them many times, and then I was manually deleting the ones that are unnecessary, and then on top of that, after that, I was rendering mask textures. So those would be, of course, black and white masks. Don't change the project. The variable, not the incoming. Blah blah blah. Don't change the project. No need. And I hope this is going to open. Continue. It's fine. I as long as it loads. I just need it to load. So this is in 3ds Max, and so the way I used to use 3ds Max back in the day, and I do still apply some of the things even today, is I would use 3ds Max for tiny little, very high density detail type of working. So every single line has to be exactly at its proper point. Then I would take them into Unreal Engine later. And it's okay, it's cool to have it as a reference, as a backup, because Unreal Engine in its essence isn't meant for extremely precise CAD type of work in 3D. You don't have the snapping system by default. Uh, it's more meant for environment design where you're just artistically placing things, rocks, bushes, buckets, houses, props, objects, items, whatever, not necessarily caring if they are snapped to that fine millimeter type of precision, which is fine. And you can go around those things with plugin scripts, etc. But having 3ds Max or some other 3D DCC as a separate, as your source of truth kind of approach, kind of source is good way to go about things. Let me go into Scene Explorer and let me try to find a backboard. Let me actually try to find the models. Shot clock, something like shot clock. Backstop, no. So yeah, this is the model that I'm gonna. So everything was modeled after the actual products, the actual backstop, the actual things in real world. So I'm gonna be bringing these into the project later. By the way, everything was custom modeled by my hands. No aftermarket, no 3D models, nothing at all. Let me try to find uh, do I even have that? I'm not sure. So I have net here as well, but that's a separate remote that I need to implement. And it, it seems like I do not have the original mesh of the thing that I wanted to show you. Layer 1. Yeah, it seems like I don't have it. Oh, hi doll. Yeah. It's most probably a totally separate 3ds Max file. Well, it's a shame I don't have it, but uh, I'm pretty sure that's how I did it back in the day. I mean, nowadays what I would do is if I wanted to bake masks, and I'm gonna show you the texture so that you can actually understand what I'm talking about. Let's go into textures. Shot clock pattern. This is something that I created, and you can see it's an atlas texture. It has 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, blah 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 blah, and has some of them that were unused, or no, actually, was it done in Photoshop? Oh, oh, no. Let me open up Photoshop file that I found. So this is the old project folder, and ah, so let me see what I did. Where's my folder gone? God damn it! No. So this is how I did. This is how I did the top font. I found a font for Photoshop and written some text and instantiated it. Made an atlas texture. Simple as that. But I do not remember how I did the shot clock pattern. I'm pretty sure I did it using 3ds Max, so I'm gonna show you. Yeah, so this is the original one that I'm not even using in Unreal Engine. But this one, how I made it, you can see. So if you look here on the actual physical shot clock, I'm just gonna open this. Where's that reference picture? Okay, here it is. So when you look at a shot clock, it actually has all the LED diodes, LED lamps, and they do not all light up at the same time, right? Duh, of course. So there's many of them, and they're just programmed to light up when needed and be off when not needed. I made a full pattern like this. So basically with all the little LEDs, and you can see this one is used for decimals. As soon as you go below 5.0 seconds left in on a shot clock, it goes in decimals, 4.9, 4.8, blah blah blah, 3.2. It's needed for, well, because it matters, right? And what are those called? Tenths of seconds can be game decisive sometimes, but that's basketball technical thing. I'm not gonna go through that too much. And I was basically, so I rendered a mask like this. This is a single thing, I think. Let me see. Oh, yeah, I get it now. So this is a full pattern, what you would get. And I instantiated that in Photoshop as matrix in full array, and then went on to delete the dots that were not needed. And that's how I created a mask for each particular number. And then I composed a texture in Photoshop. But it seems like, let me just double check if I do have it in Photoshop or not. I think I don't have it. And I'm gonna show you how it works. I'm just gonna play. That's how it goes. And one thing that was irritating me back in the day, if you pay close attention, you will see this is fine, or maybe it's not, I'm not sure, but you can see how this number shifts left, right, left, right, left, right. Let me keep the cursor in place so that you can see it. And I think it's even going up and down a little bit. Yeah. And this was very irritating for me back in the day. And I didn't know why it was happening. I still don't know for 100% certainty. But I think my material graph is messed up, but I want to fix that as well because it's just irritating. It's not precise. It's not digital. And it's not even OCD. It's just improper. So that's something that I want to fix. And the model, I don't have 3D model of shot clock as of right now. This was just for some fake plain material that I wanted to quickly use for implementing for making the mechanics. Totally fine for testing, but I do wanna model it out and eventually. So, man, already 40 minutes just talking about the things that I've done. It's fine. It's fine. And this is something that I'm gonna be fixing. When it comes to the actual blueprint of the shot clock setup, let me break it down for you. I have this shared root that is unnecessary. It's just unnecessary. And I have the glass, which is basically very thin original cube. You can see how I was scaling it. So it has like 1 centimeter of thickness. Yeah, it's fine. And the dimensions are 65 centimeters in width and 75 centimeters in height. How I know that? Because the original cube, the engine's default cube is 1 by 1 by 1 meter, and I just scaled it and made a see-through glass material. Shot clock mesh is a plane which is using masked material, which I'm gonna show you. And this is the material for shot clock LEDs. And what else? Shot clock. We have timer, separate timer for seconds, separate timer for minutes, and they have their materials. And here's a very interesting thing. Back in the day, when I wanted to, when you wanted to change parameters in materials, you would use something that is called a material parameter collection. And nowadays, honestly, from top of my head, I don't know a use case, an example of use case where I would use this approach. I would just create a dynamic material instance for things. And material parameter collections are, oh, actually, I do know. So material parameter collections are things that are meant to be more static. So for example, you have your environment, and you have a bunch of materials, of course, and let's say you want to, and this is more for level designers, level artists. So you have, let's say, your forest, and in your all of your materials you have a parameter called something like season, or let's say temperature. Maybe I'm going too detailed or scientific, but whatever. And you want to change seasons from one scene to another, and use a single level, but age it or walk it through seasons, summer, spring, whatever, different temperature, etc. Or maybe you wanna control the amount of snow that's fallen, or the amount of what's the word, wetness, how wet the things are. If you want to simulate a completely dry scenario, and just after rain or under storm or whatever, things like that. And those things are static, which means that you do not plan, you do not intend to change them like every single second, right? You would create your you would create your level, and then you would set those parameters, render videos, images, whatever, and then you would change it. But it's meant to be more static, something that you don't necessarily change every single second, and that are not meant to be interactive. Or alternatively, you can use them to dial things, fix them, etc. So those are not meant to be real-time application things. But on the other hand, dynamic material instances are something that are meant to be more expensive, of course, a bit more expensive, but meant to be used for real time. For example, I do need to make changes to my shot clock material every single second, or tenth of a second in some cases. But I'm gonna go through. So I have material parameter collection. I have shot clock time, timer, time minutes, time seconds, and let me see how I was doing it. So I would store timer in game mode. That is okay. Should have been stored in game state, but and shouldn't be casting in the first place, but it is what it is. And this is awful. I'm casting at event begin play, and I'm not storing the reference. So every single tick would do casting, basically. And then for each event tick, which was set, I guess I was using the, yeah, I was using this hack because I didn't know how to use, I wasn't aware of existence of a node called timeline. I would use tick interval to basically define a timer. So tick is like a heartbeat for an actor in Unreal Engine, and not just in Unreal Engine, but generally speaking. So it would tick every single frame, but you can over, what's the most appropriate expression? You can redefine it and fix it so that it only ticks specifically every single amount of time, seconds, tenths of seconds, whatever. So I was using this trick to make it 0.1, each tenth of a second. So I was using this to define my unit of time, basically. And I mean, creative. I gotta say creative, but improper regardless. And then after that, I would set vector parameter values in material parameter collections. And I said that material parameter collections are meant to be used for general things. No, I said for more static things, which isn't necessarily true, but rather for things that are general. You want to be able to control them in multiple ways. That's so you can see live in action. What's the word? Counter argumenting myself. And so I admit that that was stupid of me to say, but hey, I figured out that it's a stupid thing to say, and then I fixed it live. So material parameter collections, again, are meant to be used for as your palettes, your collections, right? Hence the name, parameter collections. If you have parameters in your materials in multiple, many different places, you can have centralized command and change them, and those things being applied to your materials, regardless if it's meant to be runtime or editor time. And then I'm setting vector parameters uh, for my collections, and those collections, what they are is colors. And what are these colors? So now we gotta go to material, one of the materials. I'm gonna show you how it works. So the basic shot pattern texture, shot clock pattern texture, this one, since it's an atlas, I needed to play with its UV coordinates, and we have a grid of 10 by 10. This is 10, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 10 by 10. And what I needed to do is manipulate the UV coordinates in order to fetch a particular piece of texture. The way I was doing it is before is fine. I'm gonna show you now. This is new one. This is new thing. So doing math, multiplying texture coordinates by 0.1, which means basically scaling them. I mean, it's relative. Zooming them in to a factor of 10. Oh, this is basically dividing by 10. So it would zoom in like this specifically. So it would zoom in based off of its 0, 0 coordinate. It would look something like this. And then there's my material. Damn. Yeah. So first zooming in like I showed you, and then adding coordinate x and coordinate y, and this is why I have R and G, because those are two components that I need. So I'm gonna give you an example. Material parameters. So we have 0.8 and 0.8, and that means that this is for shot clock, but regardless, the point is the same. It would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in x axis on x coordinate, and then it would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is the number that we would get. This one in particular, 3.8. 3.6, not great, not terrible. 3.8, not great, not terrible. So that's how it works. First it zooms in, and then it shifts in x and y coordinate. That's how you that's how you fetch pieces of atlas textures. Technical art, cool thing. This is a technique that literally existed for decades. It works. It's just fine. And atlas textures are meant to be used for performance optimization, because it's easier to load one big texture rather than multiple small textures. Number one. And number two, it's also easier to manage. I mean, for something like this, I would literally need to have 100 textures, separate texture files. And can you imagine having to update them all? Yeah, I could script it nowadays, but that's just not the proper way to do things. And is there anything that I need to show you? And this is, I mean, for a beginner, this is actually okay. For a beginner, this is a totally okay approach, because in parameter collection, can you store vector 2D? No, you can just store scalar and vector. That's it. So scalar is basically decimal numbers, and vectors are basically colors, because they are what's the word? They are not vector 3s but vector 4s, and vector 4s basically make a color in 3D graphics, because you have R, G, B, and A, which is alpha or opacity, and you can use them interchangeably. Doesn't make too much sense from organizational perspective, but it's totally fine. You can just flip channels around. Basically, they are just 8 bits of data for every channel, and you can use them interchangeably. A totally weird thing, but from technical perspective, nothing stops you from doing it. And you can pack things in all of those layers. So that's all of those channels. So that's cool. You can optimize with these techniques as well. So that's the thing. And also, I don't like some of the math approaches, but this material is completely going to be reworked. And I am going to show you how I started doing it. Okay, what I did was, let me just try to organize myself a little bit so I can close this. New shot clock. I'm just gonna close my other window in Unreal Engine, because I have 8 monitors at the time of filming this, but I need to keep it all on this single monitor so that I don't work on something on my other monitor that I'm not showing you. I want everything to be seen on this central monitor. And I'm gonna show you what I did, what I started working on, because before I decided to make this lengthy video session. I hope that you are getting the value of it. You're getting a lot of knowledge. And so what I did, I just duplicated the blueprint without touching anything. You know, I'm gonna recreate all of this. New shot clock. I am going to live recreate everything. YOLO. Because I'm an expert or not. Damn, I am an expert. I mean, even people who are not experts should be able to recreate their own work. So if everything goes bad, I'm gonna be embarrassed, which is fine. We're gonna have some good laugh. Basketball blueprints. Core? Or is it not core? Objects. I'm gonna duplicate the old shot clock, save it. I'm gonna name it new shot clock. And when it comes to materials, I do not need anything. And I am going to place my new blueprint here immediately so that we can live see how I change things. And I'm gonna open it. So this is how it used to be. And we are gonna now start changing things. And yeah, another thing that I forgot to tell you, when it comes to shifting the Atlas texture, what I'm basically doing is storing a bunch of colors, not necessarily because they are colors, but because they have multiple components. I have the X component and Y component. So my R channel is storing the X shifting component, and green channel storing the Y. Simple. And I'm not using blue or A channel, alpha channel anywhere. So that's something that can be optimized. So first and foremost, I'm not going to be using material parameter collections. I'm going to be using dynamic material instances. And second, I'm not going to be using vector fours, which are basically colors, but I'm actually going to use something that is specifically made to be used for cases like this, which is vector 2D, or just vector 2. And I have all of these values that I remember back in the day I had to copy paste all of them manually because I didn't know construction script. I didn't know automation back in the day. Actually, I did know construction script, but I just didn't know how to work with scripts in Unreal Engine, like editor utilities, or I couldn't script things in literal goddamn notepad text editor, notepad plus plus, whatever text editor that you're using. So we can pick a random one, 0.5. So this means that it's going to shift, and I know that this is for, so the shot clock has 8x8 array compared to or grid, compared to 10x10 grid for minutes and seconds. And you can see so 1 divided by 8 equals 0.125. And this one in particular means that we would shift one place downward and 4 places to the right. So this should equal to, well, 12 seconds maybe. No. This would equal to, I don't remember from top of my head. So it would equal to, how much are we shifting? So 4 places right and 1 down. 4 places. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. This is a wrong texture. Let me find the. Damn, I lost myself. So this timer, which is meant to show from 0 to 60, has 8x8, while shot clock pattern has 10x10. Sorry for that. So it's just, I just flipped them switched them in my head. So this would mean that we would go to 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1. So it would equal to 12. Yeah. Now it makes sense because you can see it's index 12. So that correlates with timer 60. Timer 60 is basically what I'm using for minutes and seconds. And yes, there are no well, there, damn it, I was about to embarrass myself. So you can use the same thing for hours, and even if you have only 24 hours in a day, you can just use it. Your array is just gonna be clamped. I mean, you will have less elements. But when it comes to the shot clock, we have 100 elements, and these are divided by 10 because 0.1 is the how much is the value of how much we are shifting. So I'm just gonna take a random one and to show you. Index 52. We are shifting 0.5, which means 2 places, and 0.2 in X and 0.5 up and down. And this would mean, so 1, 2, and 1. Wait, give me a sec. I keep on forgetting. 0.2 and 5. Okay. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this should show, this should display 1.2 seconds on the shot clock. And I will show you that later. But anyway, let me work on the material. Go back to my new folder. So we have our new shot clock. And let me start changing things. So I'm gonna create a new material and call it m underscore I'm gonna call it timer. I really feel like I'm gonna be renaming this later, but whatever. So the first thing that I need is texture sample, and I cannot use texture object because I need UV coordinates to be exposed, and I'm gonna hold. So okay, the way I do this is I hold T on my keyboard and click to get texture sample, and I can just hold U and click to get text coordinates, or you can just type in text coordinates, and I'm gonna slap in the texture. Where are my textures stored? I'm gonna place them both so that I can have them here. And I can delete this one. I can just duplicate this. Okay, so we need to do some math. But before that, I'm gonna create my parameters by holding 1 on my keyboard. So this is called scalar. And I'm gonna convert it to parameter, call it x coordinate. And I'm going to duplicate that and call it y coordinate. So those are parameters for the time being. I'm gonna put this in emissive color. Why emissive color? Because LEDs, they emit light. That's why they are called emissive. I mean, you can put it in base color for the time being. It's fine. It's not the specific purpose of what I'm showing you right now, but it's fine. And change it from opaque to masked material type or blend mode. And so this is full texture preview. This is how our material looks like at the moment. And let me divide this by 8. And I'm gonna show you how it looks then. Here you go. This is what we get if we divide by 8. And this wouldn't look right for this other texture because it uses different grid. You see? This is offset, so this is wrong. But anyway, that's not a problem. We'll take care of this texture first. The one for seconds and minutes. And now I need to do additional math. I need to add. I'm gonna make float 2D. Merge these together. Add them like that. I'm gonna put some arbitrary numbers like 5 and 4. Now this isn't working, and I'm gonna fix it. And honestly speaking, sometimes my brain is just lazy for complex mathematical operations. Let's put it that way. And especially with materials, because some of the things are, and it also depends how person's brain is working, or maybe this is just me coping and finding excuses. But for some things, I know that there is 50% chance that I'm wrong. In this, what I'm talking about specifically is I don't know whether divide or multiply should go before or after adding. And this is specifically the case for me when I'm working with abstract concepts like texture coordinates, because some of the things, they are logical. I mean, logical for computers, make sense for computers, but for us people, humans, they are not as visually representable or explainable or demonstratable, whatever is the proper expression. So some concepts are harder to visualize in our heads. And in this particular case, I can just, okay, fine, I made a mistake. It's not this way, it's the other way around. And I can just do the flip and fix it. There we go. So that is fixed, and this is already working. This is the entire material. So we just have our texture, some math nodes, coordinate node, UV coordinate node, making it float 2. Simple. This is the entire material. And what we are also gonna do is I'm gonna convert this text. So I already have these 2 parameters, but I'm also gonna convert this to a parameter. Why? Because I have 2 textures. So the old way I did it was, I'm gonna show you. I mean, it was bad. I had, let me hide this. So I had material for every single separate thing, a full material, no material instances whatsoever, no material instances. And this is bad for performances and bad for organization. It was bad. But anyway, we'll be fixing that. So I have my timer, which is my timer, let's call it base. So this is the base material for LEDs. And since I converted this texture sample to parameter as well, I can shift that in Blueprint, and I can tell it to use either of these textures, which I'm about to do. And but before that, I'm just gonna show you. I'm gonna create a material instance, and I'm gonna call this one MI. It stands for material instance timer underscore seconds, doesn't matter, or minute seconds. And here's the thing. I mean, maybe I should show that later. Doesn't matter. Let me show you what we have now. I'm gonna apply this material instance. Timer seconds and timer minutes. I'm gonna change their materials for both of these. And it's just the same material. Oh yeah, I need opacity as well. Opacity mask like this. And I need to uncheck base color. No. I'm doing something bad. Is it see-through now? Am I about to get embarrassed? Let me test it. Oh, opacity mask. No, I cannot use alpha channel. Right. Because I'm storing everything. Even though I'm using it as a mask, the actual data, the actual information is only stored in one of these channels. Yeah, because that's how I did it in Photoshop. And let me see. Let me find the texture. So if I display channel, yeah. So I mean, it's small amount of optimization that I could do. Isn't that big of a deal, but I would say it's not clean enough. So this texture is it is RGBA texture, or 32-bit texture. And I can show you. So back in the day, I was using TGAs. TGAs, at least what I thought back in the day, were the most lossless type of format. And I was not using PNGs. I was kind of afraid of them, but PNGs are my go-to file format nowadays. TGAs were used in Unreal Engine 3, honestly speaking. But PNGs, TGAs, lossless, both are lossless formats. Although PNG, so TGA, I mean, this is not a class about file formats, but you can see TGA does not utilize any compression whatsoever, but PNG does have compression. So these two textures are completely same, but PNG is just like many times smaller. Even yeah, it just compare the size difference. It's like what, 100 times more optimized, compressed. So yeah. So that's one thing. The other thing that would make use of optimization is, instead of having this as 32-bit, this could and should have been a single channel or 8-bit 8-bit type of texture. And every single channel, I mean, it depends how you store them in Photoshop or whatever software you're using, but for the majority of cases, one channel equals 8 bits. Yes, you can have 16-bit channels for some special type textures, but in the vast majority of cases, you're gonna just use 8-bit textures. And R equals red channel equals 8 bits, 8 bits allocated for green channel, 8 bits allocated for blue channel, and 8 bits allocated for alpha. And you can have different configurations, but I'm talking the most standard, the most conventional way of things. And so 8888 or 4 channels by 8 equals 32 bits. And like I said, I could and should have stored this as a single channel texture. And I will probably go back and rework that, redo that in Photoshop or whatever software. But for the time being, it's okay. And in order to prove, so this is how our alpha looks, this is how our B channel looks, this is how our green channel looks, and this is how our red channel looks. So they're all the same. So we are literally duplicating data. There is no necessity for this. It's inefficient. It's stupid. But it's okay. It's fine. We learn. I learned. And this should have been just a single channel. And I'm just going to prove it to you that you can use whatever channel. So, boom. Same data. Same data coming from any one of these channels. But I'm not gonna waste time on this. I'm gonna redo that later. What I'm just gonna do is just basically go in Photoshop and save copy as I'm gonna choose PNG. No, actually, sorry. I would make a channel like that, and I'm gonna go into one of the channels, and I'm gonna first temporarily flatten the image. Can I flatten it? Rasterize. Nope. Where is flatten? Do I need to create a layer? Flatten image. And I'm gonna... And also there are plugins and utilities for textures for Photoshop that would allow you to manipulate actual channels. But for the time being, I'm gonna go in here, and can I just delete these channels? Yeah, so this is just alpha, and I'm gonna save it as image mode, 8-bit channels, grayscale. Actually, this is embarrassing because I could have done at the beginning, so I could have just changed the thing to from bitmap to grayscale, and it would have done the thing for me, but it's fine. Whenever you're doing live sessions, you're exposing yourself to coming off as stupid. It's just the way it is. I'm gonna call this, what is this one called? Timer 60. I'm gonna call it timer 60 mask. And here we go. Timer 60. The original 4-channel texture, 246 kilobytes. The new texture, 159 kilobytes. Does it matter in this particular case? Very little. But imagine if I had many, like hundreds or even thousands of textures like this. It affects your project memory footprint. It will also affect loading times. So it's a, I mean, I don't want to go on a totally separate tangent, but it's a compromise between doing things quickly and doing things the right way. This takes a little bit more time to prepare because you can just shove 4 channels, 4K, 8K, 9K. I mean, resolution is irrelevant in this particular case because it's texture resolution will only affect your project's bloatness, how bloated it is. But for runtime, for actual cook time, build time, it doesn't matter. I mean, not build time. I mean, once you decide to ship the project .exe, it doesn't matter because in Unreal Engine you can just select what's the final resolution of texture gonna be like. So even you can even import 8K textures and set them to be cooked only up to 256 by 256 pixels. And your actual final product memory footprint is gonna be the same as if you natively imported 256 by 256 texture. So that thing doesn't matter, but it's gonna affect your disk space if you keep on shoving 4K or 8K textures, whatever. But anyway, that was a little bit of Photoshop. Coming back into Unreal Engine project. Like I said, I'm gonna replace these two. I'm gonna fix this opacity, and I need emissive color. Emissive color, gonna convert that into parameter, and it's automatically gonna convert it to vector 4. Sorry, yeah, 4 vector color. And I'm gonna put some shiny red color in order to get the shining effect, but it doesn't shine as much. It doesn't emit light. I mean, when I say emit, it doesn't glow. That's what I meant to say. And I'm gonna fake that by multiplying the emissive value, and you're gonna see it. You see how it started to glow now? I'm gonna show you here. You see it's emitting a little bit. And let me see what's gonna happen if I bump it up to 100. Now you can see the actual glow getting outside the boundaries. Now it's a nice glow. I'm gonna leave it at 100. And this is a use case for using material parameter collection. So you can make like general and call it. I'm actually gonna do it. I'm actually gonna do it because this is a smart use case for material parameter collection. Material parameter collection, I'm gonna call it general because I don't know what I'm gonna use it for. I'm gonna have scalar parameter and I'm gonna use it and I'm gonna call it LEDs glow multiplier. And I'm gonna put it to 100 by default. And I'm gonna use it material parameter. How do I mean, I don't remember when was the last time that I used material parameter collections. Do I drag and drop them? Yeah. And I need to select parameter that I want to use. That's it. There we go. So now imagine if I had many uh imagine if I had many different parameters or sorry, I meant to say materials which are basically materials for different LEDs. And my technique, my approach generally is to rely on material instances, dynamic material instances, which isn't necessarily the most optimized way. I mean, material instances are far more optimized than just using simple materials like I used to do back when I was starting. But the most proper way in this particular case is to use material parameter collection, because let's say that I have LEDs, I don't know, maybe it's a stupid example, not as applicable, but if I say if I had multiple okay, here's the thing. So you could have many different, you can have material instances of material instances of material instances. For example, we would have the base material, and then we would have material instance called wood, and material instance called specific family of wooden materials, whatever, and you would come in and fix every single one of them. But you can have material parameter collection and have general centralized approach. I'm struggling to come up with examples. At the end of the day, there are multiple ways you can do the same thing in real-time 3D graphics, in Unreal Engine, whatever. So use the proper technique for proper use case. Use the right tool for the right scenario. Duh, I'm so smart. I just told you one of the most general things, but hey, it's fine. Let's proceed. So I have actually incorporated the material parameter collection. And let's say, so I told you that I'm gonna have this as a parameter. And as you can see, once I open the material instance, you can see that I can change the texture. And I could have it as material instance and have another material instance called shot clock, which would use shot clock pattern texture. And I'm gonna set it to, oh no, I cannot. Why? I cannot. Because remember, one atlas texture is 8 by 8 and the other one is 10 by 10. So I'm dividing it here. I would need to create a parameter out of this as well. Call it something uh, grid gird. Whatever that word is, grid size. and this one is by default going to be, let me put it at 1, but for material instances this one is gonna be 8, and the other one is gonna be 10. Now we're talking. Now we're proper. And now, so the only thing I need to make sure is whenever I'm using grid size 8, that I'm using timer 60 texture, and whenever I'm using timer 10, grid size 10, that I change the texture. Oh, it's actually the other way around. When I change texture, I change grid size, but it's fine as I already did this. And now I have my 2 material instances. So now we have the material, the base material, and 2 material instances. And honestly speaking, this could be called LEDs Atlas. Because whenever we have anything that has to do with LEDs, like when we have atlases for LEDs, let's say you had something like digital terminal, or you wanted to display text, no problem, we can use this same material as base. The only thing we would need to change is the mask texture. And what else I need to change? Oh, color. I'm gonna expose that as parameter as well. So, sorry, it is actually exposed already. So that is exposed already, and this is fine. I think I can close this material. I'm gonna close the old files, and you can see the old material for timer minutes. I mean, this is, honestly speaking, yes, I do have testing nodes, but yeah, I'm using this. What's this for? Oh, I was testing something. Yeah, so as you can see on the actual reference, this text, upper text, is more orange-ish like, while the bottom one is red. So that's what we are gonna make. Minutes. Is my color parameter exposed? Color? Vector parameters. My bad. Yeah. So it was just collapsed. So shot clock stays red. That's fine. No. This is the shot clock. This stays red, while this one should be. Let me copy the old. Color, or I'm just gonna copy this. That's for the emissive. For this one. Ooh, it is extreme. Let me put it to. No, I need actually 1. Nope, because 42. So if R is 1, this should be 5 times less, which is something like 0.2. Yeah, now I got the same color, orange-ish. And So what I was doing before, I just figured in order to make emissive material actually look like it's glowing, emitting photons, that it gets that aura around, you need to overshoot 1.0 value. You need to go above, beyond the 100%. So what I was doing is I was just doing for, I mean, you are meant to use 0 to 0.0 to 1.0 values in colors in material graph editor or colors, and I was manually overriding it by typing in 40 and 8, but I don't have to do that since now I have my LEDs glow multiplier parameter from the material parameter collection. So here we go, another good organizational trick. And now I can just play with simple colors. I don't need to do the artificial things manually. They're not artificial and they're not manual, so those are two good improvements already. Now I need to proceed to, so coming back to shot clock, now I'm gonna actually change the numbers. And how am I going to do that? I'm gonna create dynamic material instance, and the materials that I'm gonna use is M timer minutes, and when I create dynamic material instance, I'm gonna store it twice. One is going to be used for minutes, and the other one is going to be used for seconds. So the way it works under the hood is it creates a dynamic material instance, and it's going to store them twice. We're gonna have two references of this. Like that. And honestly, I could have just used this, but I think it's nicer like this. So now I am storing the same, they are duplicates now. I have them stored as, of course, sorry, before when I said I'm gonna store them as two references, that's not the proper term from programming perspective, but I have two instances that I'm storing as two separate variables that I'm then gonna be referencing elsewhere. And let me set them. So timer seconds, I'm gonna set material, and this one is gonna have this one is gonna have seconds, and I'm gonna duplicate this and store it for minutes. Okay, that's proper so far. I'm gonna close these textures because I don't use them, and I'm gonna, nope, I'm not gonna change the old stuff. Nope, I only have new stuff as of right now. Yeah, so now I'm gonna, yeah, I'm gonna change some parameters on these material instances. So set vector parameter value, and parameter is x coordinate. I'm gonna copy paste the name. No, it's not set, sorry, set scalar parameter value. Set scalar parameter value, the name is x coordinate. And I am going to store this as integer. Even though this is a float value, I'm gonna store it as integer, making sure that I, as a human, never ever in any case make any mistake by putting in decimal digits. And x coordinate is 0. I'm gonna change it to, now you can see how it's, and I think, yeah, so the reason why it's shifting is because my texture is actually messed up. So I need to fix the texture in Photoshop. That's an okay thing. So at least my code works. Yeah, it's a Photoshop thing, definitely. Yeah, so you can see as I'm changing here x coordinate value, it's shifting. So that thing is working properly. And we're just gonna do the same for y coordinate. And I'm doing it so I'm not gonna have these parameters exposed. I'm gonna be actually doing math that determines this. But I just wanted to implement this for demonstration purposes. And set vector parameter is gonna be called y coordinate. It's gonna be the same material instance reference, and I'm gonna use this one y coordinate, and I'm gonna show you how it works. Y coordinate, let me change that as well. Yeah, it's shifting. So I'm gonna now try to go from, I'm gonna try to go sequentially 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. So let's start. X coordinate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, it stops at 8, at index 8, because index starts with 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, which in human words means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Once we go to 7, then we go to the next for y and 0 for x. So we go like this, 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 and that. Yeah. So now we are 0, 1, 0, 2, 0. Oops, sorry. This one stays 0, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 4, 1, 5, 1, 6, 1, 7, 1, 8, 1. No, sorry, 7, 1. Remember, 7 is the last index. I mean, I'm telling it to myself, actually. So 7, 1, and then we're going to go 0, 2, 1 2 2 2 3 2 4 2 5 2 6 2 7 2 0 3 or 0 2. Yeah, 0 2 and 0 3. 1 3 2 3 3 3 4 3 5 3 6 3 7 3 0 4. And that's how it works. That's how it looks. And proceeding. That's how it works for minutes, and for the timer in minutes, and I can just do the same for seconds. And the thing goes the same way. But like I said, I'm not gonna be doing this manually. I'm gonna do this as math. For example, I would say I would have minute current minutes, current seconds, or probably, you know, I could even use something like different timer handle. Let me see what it gives me. Timer handle. And can I break? No. Time, date time, maybe date time, and I could use this to break. It's kind of, I mean, I could use this. Maybe it stores too much data. I don't know what's the most appropriate thing to do in this case, but it depends. It's okay. Or maybe I could just, when I create timeline. No, I cannot create timeline in construction script. I don't know how I'm gonna do that, but I can do that later. It depends. I could just have create timeline. No, it's timeline. Add timeline, sorry. So I could just have a linear, oh no, timer. Set timer by function, or set timer by event, and I could have nah. I could set it to tick every single tenth of a second, or I could just have nice float values by going in a timeline and adding a float value. So I would do 0 to 0, and this one could be time 60, value 60. So this would be for seconds, or I could make it length. This needs to be changed. And now I can just play the timeline, and whatever time I'm getting, I can just, no, actually, let me invert that. So this would be time 0 but value 60, and this one would be time 60 but value 0. And now it's counting down. timer or period timer. Now, how I like I showed you how I used to store the coordinates. I told you I was using vector 4s, or basically colors, and I told you that I'm gonna change it from that to vector 2. Do we have vector 2D? Vector 2D. Okay, and we are gonna use that and store as an array. But I need to take a break to get something to eat. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. I just took a few minutes break to get something to eat, put in some calories in myself. Right. So I could actually store this in a function library, but doesn't matter. You can keep on refactoring your project later on. Doesn't matter. It's a natural process. So I'm gonna call this and whatever timer seconds minutes seconds matrix. An ugly name honestly, but it's fine for the time being. Or minute seconds, let me actually call it period. And call this timer period. Or I could call it clock. Timer shot clock matrix. And I need to think of a way. I mean, it's not that hard actually. Some of the things would have to be manual, maybe. So let's look at the textures. This one is simple. It starts with 0, ends with 63. And we are never gonna have 60, 61, 62, 63. Maybe 60, maybe. But these 3 places can be used for something else. But I'm leaving them as for now. That's Photoshop work that I need to take care of later. So what I'm gonna do is quickly make a script. Make it event, call in editor, fill period matrix, and I'm gonna clear it first. I need to make sure it's exposed as variable. And let me see. So each one of the elements has 2 components, and I would need for loop, and it would need to loop first index is gonna be 0, the last index is gonna be 63. Basically 0 index, 63 index, simple as that. And then I need to mod do I need a safe divide or just divide? And it's gonna be make literal my spelling. This one's gonna be called grid size grid size. I don't know what's up with my brain. It's just keeps on flipping letters. Size, or maybe it's my fingers, whatever. It's gonna be 8 mod 8 divided by 8. And mod is basically the remainder. And make instance struct. No. What is this doing? I'm just create a new instance struct for blah, 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 blah. No. Make I'm not get make vector remainder is gonna go into x value, and base, whatever it's called, is gonna go into y. And I'm gonna add and let's see what we get. And where's my function? Where's my function? Did I expose it? Ah, call in editor wasn't exposed. Call in editor, and here's my timer matrix. Let me just expand this menu so that I can see it. So it currently has one element, and I'm just gonna add a bunch just for the sake of demonstration. I'm gonna fill period matrix, and yeah, seems fine. It goes to 7, then goes to 0, 1. And I can test that actually. I can test that how? By saying current seconds. Oh no, I already have that variable, sorry. Current seconds. And period matrix. Get current seconds. If it is 59 seconds, it means it's gonna be index 58, right? If it's 63 seconds, it's gonna be, no, actually it's straight without any math needed. So if it is this, then it's gonna break, and we're gonna set it for I mean, minutes, seconds doesn't matter. I'm just testing it for the time being, and I don't even need to do this conversion anymore. I'm just gonna replace these two, and I can even delete them from here. And current seconds, it's 0. Yeah. And now that I made this, I can hide it, not to make it exposed. This one I can delete. Now let me test seconds. So current seconds 0. Sorry, minutes. Why is this not working? Current seconds. Oh, this is embarrassing. I didn't copy it. So time period matrix. So what I did is, once I generated it using this little script, I forgot to copy the default values. So I'm just gonna copy, regenerated it again, copy, and just paste it here. And now I'm gonna hide it. Now I'm gonna test it. I mean, it's already working, but 1, 2, 3, nope. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 54, 53, 36, 37. Yeah, it is working. And the same thing is going to be used for minutes. I just need to do it like this. I think what is the problem is that create dynamic material instance doesn't do the job if it's just stored multiple times. I think it actually needs to be created. Timer minutes, timer seconds, minute seconds, minutes, minutes, seconds. Let me try to flip them. Yeah, I think that is the case. Yep, now it works. So what I said before, create dynamic material instance. You cannot store it multiple times because you're storing the reference. You need to run the create dynamic material instance node as many times as as many as how many instances you actually need. Well, live session, live learning. Okay, I can now set whatever time I want. 25 minutes, 15 seconds. Works just fine. That part is done. Now we're gonna do the same thing for shot clock. Shot clock is going to be a little bit tricky. Because it has decimals. Let me see what's the pattern like. Uh-huh. So this one will actually need to have a map, I would say. We're gonna make this $24. So what I can do is have the period timer start counting down, and I'm gonna make a variable. And which type should it be? Let's call it, let's make it integer and make it single, and period length I think would be the most appropriate name of this variable. I'm gonna set it to 12 minutes, and that multiplied by 60 would equal to the amount of seconds, and print string. I should be getting seconds now. Right. I'm getting seconds, which is exactly what I need. Yeah, I could use this to parse into seconds, but I'm gonna need milliseconds. So I can update that later. And I can split this and current minutes, current seconds. Split from start. And I need to split this split from start. This one's gonna go like this. So I just basically added a print string with some formatted text that I'm gonna use for debugging. Minutes. Nope, this isn't working properly, or I cannot use it in simulate. Ah, I didn't wanna select standalone game. Damn it. Selected viewport. Nope, this isn't working. Let me see what is not working and why. Print string. What am I doing wrong? So this is minutes. Okay, that is correct. Ah. Nope. So this is the time format, minutes, seconds, and milliseconds. And I need to split, and the things that I get from left are gonna be here. This should be minutes. And whatever I get on the right side should be seconds. Let me see. Ah. Strings should be dot. That is 100 of seconds. Yep. Current 10. And seconds should be float. I cannot have seconds as integers. And I'm gonna continue working as this, but frankly speaking, I should use time handle. Time span. Nanoseconds. Or make time date time. There is time span and time span 2. What's the difference? Time span 2 has fraction nanoseconds. Maybe I should make a separate struct in C++ that would define tenths of seconds. I'm gonna keep it as it is for the time being. So now that I have current minutes, current seconds, and tenths of seconds properly being calculated, I can now proceed on manipulating the actual material instances. Ah, so I got the time working, but I need to change dynamic material instance parameters and current minutes. Yeah, I'm gonna turn this into function. So seconds are working properly, but minutes are not. Let me see why. Ah. Wait. Hmm. Wait a second. Where am I setting the shot clock? Oh, that's being set in the game mode with material parameter collection. Oh. Ah, no. Timer period matrix. So minutes are not working. Why? Damn it, because it's 60 seconds only. Damn. But wait. Oh. I need to set new time. So by damn. So period length is set to 12. But this value only works when I initiate set new time. And when I click play, it's only gonna play from whatever the current value is set. But the new time never gets set actually. So I need a sequence which is first going to set the new time and then play it from start. Now it's gonna work. Lost 10 minutes trying to figure that out. Nope. This is embarrassing. Set new time. Reverse from end. God damn it. Yep. Now we are getting somewhere. So I need to be careful when I'm using play, play from start, reverse, and reverse from end. So let's see. Let's take a moment and figure out what is the best approach when it comes to timer. And the period timer, let me see. Set timer by function name. Can it be paused? Pause. Okay, pause timer by handle. Or set timer by event. It's the same, pretty much the same thing. One is for event, the other one is for function. Pause timer on pause. So I'm gonna need these functions, pause timer and on pause timer, and get timer remaining time by handle and get timer elapsed time by handle. And I'm gonna have custom event reset shot clock Reset shot clock. I can actually expose it. Yeah. I'm gonna make the same for a period. So this timer is going to be used when I want to update the timers, because I don't want to do it over event tick, because that would be very taxing on performances, because it would be doing every single frame. I don't want that. And if we are running at 60 FPS minimum and we don't want to update the clock every second 60 times, right? Every millisecond, or sorry, not millisecond, but every single frame. We want to update timers, visual timers, every single 10th of a second. Not more than that. Even 1 second would be fine sometimes, but we want to make it more granular, so 1/10 of a second is just fine. I need to create dynamic material instance for the shot clock as well. Why do I have underscores here? Not necessary. And I want to set the material. I'm just gonna temporarily copy paste this while I'm testing things. gonna need a float here. I'm just gonna run it just for test. And since shot clock is more granular as soon as it reaches 5 seconds, because it has decimals 4.9, 4.8, etc., I will need to use some advanced math. I mean, it's not gonna be that advanced, but it's not as simple as just using timer handles. And I will need to figure out what is the easiest way to work out how to get the data from matrix. Just spending some time unnecessarily formatting these nodes. Nobody gives a shit about it. So here's where I am currently. Event begin play. I'm starting this main timer, which is basically being used to tell the shot clock when it should visually update. Not just the shot clock, but the entire system, both for minutes, seconds, and the shot clock. And I've set it to have update frequency 1/10 of a second. And I'm storing its timer just in case if I need it, and I will need it later. Reset period timer. Oh, this is wrong. So minutes, I need to have it to 12. Yeah, maybe that was a problem. Let me test it now. Yeah, now it works. So that part works. Yeah. Okay, I think I can run you through the code or graph. Event begin play. We are starting a timer, which is going to loop every 10th of a second. And every 10th of a second, we're going to do what? We are going to update visual timer for minutes, seconds, and the shot clock. So this is minutes, seconds, and shot clock. And how am I doing it? For period timer, and period is this, the current quarter, first quarter, second, third, fourth quarter, or overtime. I'm getting the handle, getting the remaining time, and because I'm getting it as seconds, I'm parsing it into a time span, and time span already gives me minutes, seconds, so that I don't have to do extra code. That's all I need. Now I need to check out how is it in NBA. Do they have, once the timer passes under 1 minute, do they have tenths of seconds? I think they do, but I can always update that later. Not a problem. Maybe I should then rename this later to left and right, or primary and secondary, or whatever, but I'll see about that later. So that is working. The only thing that I need to test is to make sure that shot clock works as well, and I'm gonna use the seconds for the time being. Seconds. And let me see inside, how does it work? It's rounding, blah 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 blah. DMI shot clock. It should work. Does it work? Nope, it does not. Let me see why. Reset period timer, reset shot clock. now it's working properly. Stupid mistakes, you know. You overlook things, you don't pay attention, you're not focused enough, and that's what happens. But not a biggie at the end of the day. Now what I need to do is figure out how am I gonna quickly update the matrix and make it so that after it goes below 5 seconds, it starts to display decimals as well. So this should be index 99. And the value is 4.9 seconds. So that would mean I can just add 5 seconds for 50 places. If this doesn't work, I'm just gonna manually fill up the matrix. I don't care. I'm gonna pause it on 5. I know what's not working. Let me bump the emissiveness. Is it already up to... whatever. So 5 is wrong. I need to fix that. I need to make sure that it's only below 5. So from 6 to 5 is wrong. The rest seems to be good. I can barely see it, but I think it's okay. Test it now. It's fine. Perfect. Yep. It's perfect. Perfect. Everything working as intended. I'm really glad that I fixed it. I can delete the debug text component. The only thing that I have to say at the end is the shot clock mechanics and timer mechanics should actually be kept in game state. But for this particular isolated case, having all of the logic in the blueprint itself is totally fine. And I would probably spend some time refining things, formatting, making beautiful and all of that. But other than that, this thing is fixed much better, and I can just clean up some of the things. So in order to improve this even more, I mean, it depends how I want to ship this. If I want to ship just that blueprint, I would probably keep all the functionality in the blueprint itself, or make a function library, which would make things easier to connect with other projects. So let's say you buy this package or module, plugin, whatever you want to call it, and you want to incorporate that into your game, then you can just call those functions in the function library and call them properly in your game state or game mode, whatever you want to do with that. And but yeah, that's pretty much it. I am glad that I didn't end up manually doing these numbers. I figure out the pattern, and there's nothing else to say. So this is the end of this session. It was a lengthy one, but figured out things at the end. Now they work perfectly. And what else to say? Yeah, there was live learning, live fixing, debugging, forgetting things, but that's how it's meant to be. That's a usual thing. Thank you for watching, and if you watched the entire thing, I want to congratulate you, and yeah, I'll see you in one of the next videos. Bye bye, take care.